Hello and welcome, ladies and gents, to another edition of the Night Shift Counter-Strike Invitational presented by ASUS and Intel. I am DDK and I am joined by James Bardolph here for the APAC showdown, and we're going down under, James. So we are going down under. What do you make of all of this?
I'm just trolling production. It's been a while since we were in Oceania. We had a lot of fun times commentating the region. I remember when we first started it, I had to give up Sunday five-a-side football to cover the Oceanic region, but it was very much worth it. I think we had a great time and lots of great personalities and good players down there, and a very keen scene as well. And I hope that continues at the moment. I think in different regions, it has become more difficult for some Counter-Strike, like especially with the VRS changes. It has had positive and negative effects, but hopefully the Oceanic region is hanging in there. I think it's become more difficult for them, definitely. I mean, it's kind of always been difficult based on just how far away they are from everybody, but they definitely have a thriving and keen scene, which we are going to see on display this weekend.
Yeah, let's have a look at the schedule as we introduce you guys, or remind you if you've tuned in previously, exactly what we're all about here at the Night Shift Invitational. Of course, we've just got 4 invited teams who will be fighting it out for $10,000. And you know what? Only one of the teams can win that $10,000, and everybody else loses and goes home. Although, with that said, this week we will be offering show match positions for the teams that lose, so they might be able to recoup some money there in the show match tomorrow on our TF2 within CS show match map, which is really fun. So make sure to tune in for that before the grand final tomorrow. But today you can see the programming is Fury versus Mindfreak to kick things off, followed by the Art of War versus Animus Victoria. And the Art of War used to be a different roster about 5 minutes ago. They recently just renamed. It was only one word previously. So there's some changes there. But ultimately, this is, as you kind of said, James, this is a very tight-knit scene. So I'm looking forward to seeing shenanigans on the server, as the players will know each other quite well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'm coming in with no expectations. Looking at the rosters, there are a few more storied faces that we might be familiar with, but it's going to be plenty of surprises, certainly. So I think the one that stands out immediately is going to be TAoW, who I think we will be familiar with from years ago when we covered this region more often. He's been on a bunch of teams, namely Chiefs. He was on Chiefs for quite a few years, in Dynasty or Dynasty before that. So that's a guy we'll definitely be looking out for in terms of, people from back in the day. But I think his team, I think people will be looking more towards them for this series. Zwerzian, I think, is a standout player that I've seen some talk about. But
Turkey as well, it seems, or at least has a Turkish flag on HLTV.
Yeah. So it'll be an interesting one. I think we've got young mixed with less young, let's say. So it should be a good mix. I was having a look at. I actually used to play from a different match, but so we'll come to that for the second match. But TAoW has been there as long as we have. But so he's a standout. I hope he does well today. I think that on the Fury side, I haven't seen most of those players. So I think it'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table, and I guess it'll be a journey of discovery, Dan, for who the standout players are across the board here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the map veto is going to go as well, which we'll be getting into in a second. Because we have, I think, a situation where, in terms of the map pool, neither of these teams are going to be as active in terms of the competitive matches played than the regions that we're used to covering. Even North America has a scene that I think is overall getting to play more competitive matches. So the data is limited. The numbers are not with us as much. But from what we can see, there is play on basically every map except Mirage for Fury. Otherwise, both teams play pretty much everything. So it's just going to be, again, down to that familiarity. And we'll be having a look here to see which battlefields we'll be facing off on to kick things off. So Ancients out of there by Mindfreak makes sense.
Are we going to see a nuke?
That would be fun. I'm never unhappy to see a nuke, James.
Yeah, I think nuke always says depth to me. Oh, trains. Saucy. That is interesting indeed. God, I've got so much to say about train. I want to see as much train as possible, because the more train we see, the more evidence we have with regards to the positive and negatives and changing things. So we won't see Nuke, Dust 2, Train, and Inferno. I'm quite happy with these. I'm very much looking forward to Train. Again, like for me personally, I'm just on a journey to make Train what it used to be in terms of an iconic map. Again, I've got issues with that A-bomb site, but I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams approach Train. Anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Different region. Usually you get different ideas, so we'll keep our eyes out for that, certainly. But this seems kind of nice. You know, again, checking some of the stats that we do have available. Both teams will be pretty comfortable on all these maps. It does look like Fury have edged it out in terms of overall experience and in terms of the amount of competitive matches they've been able to play, and also the win rate. It seems a little bit more comfortable on some of these maps, like kicking things off with Dust 2 in Train. I think that's certainly going to be in Fury's cab. So I'm definitely edging them here, James. I don't know if, again, as you said, it's kind of a journey of discovery, so I hesitate to ask you for a prediction, but I guess I'm kind of doing it.
Bunch of fluff on my windshield. Maybe I'll just not use it and see what happens. Yeah. Tell me if it's terrible. You're using the outdoors windshield as well. We have the same mic, but you're using the ones that's outdoors. I think this is the only one I got it with. Should I get one of those? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe that. I mean, that one seems to work too. That looks kind of weird though.
Massive, but it's like bulbous. It's very bulbous.
Yeah,
it's like offensively bulbous. But yeah, this does look weird, doesn't it? It looks a bit like naked. It's like a cat that's been shaved. But we'll go. Yeah. I'm gonna go with this because this fluff is annoying me. So there we go. We're just gonna roll like this. Maybe we don't even need. It does look weird, doesn't it? It looks odd. But
not taking mine off actually. I was gonna do it for Unity, but no, I'm not gonna do it.
It sounds better to me like this. Hold on. I don't feel like this is just holding me back.
Also, like obscures more of your face. That's your that's your brand.
Yeah, it's a bit gross. I look very naked. I look very baby right now because I shaved my head yesterday, and obviously I shaved at the same time. So by the way, people think I'm bald because I shave. I just shave because I like it. I don't know. It's just like it feels nice when you do this. It's a 0.5. It's like without the guard on, basically, and you just go for it, and it's great. So like, you can see there is hair everywhere. I'm not bald, guys. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I do it by choice. I have the choice, which is fortunate for me. But I'm not bald. But you can continue the bald jokes. I don't mind.
Speaking of choice, James, the viewers have a choice today. This is a good moment to remind everybody that we run giveaways. We're giving away actually an incredibly large amount of stuff here. It's kind of crazy actually because it's what, like, I don't know, 8 in the morning in Europe. So and I mean for me it's like 3 a.m. So I feel like you guys who are actually watching right now, have a great chance to get in on like these copious amounts of giveaways that we have. We're giving away loads of gear, and also obviously we've got some Intel stuff too. So okay. Are you ready? So thanks to ASUS and Intel, we will have 5 desk mats, 5 headsets, 5 backpacks, 3 Intel Core Ultra 9 285K CPUs.
Damn.
To give away. So there's a lot of loot, a lot of swag that you guys can get. So what you have to do is head over to the pin link in the chat right now. You can learn more to enter your chance to win one of these prizes. And throughout the show as well, we will be giving you guys some code words. So usually we have a theme of food, and today is actually cheese, which is fun. I know James will really enjoy that. And so just listen out for those codes because you can re-enter again, and it essentially adds more entries to your chance to win. So you'll have a higher likelihood of winning the more codes you get. And so at the end of the day, we'll be drawing all of the winners, and you will be assigned your prize should you win one. So yeah, keep your ears peeled for those. Can you keep your ears peeled? What do you say, James? Keep your ear out?
People peel their eyes, but I don't know what is that because of the eyelids?
Yeah, probably. That makes sense.
Yeah, so I guess...
What's the ear thing, though?
I don't know that there is an ear thing. You can't... I mean, you can pull ears.
Keep your ear out. I think that's it, right?
Ears. Keep your ears clean. Get that wax out. I don't know.
Anyway, use your bloody ears and get the codes.
Yeah.
The first code is Cheddar 482. There you go. That's
Cheddar 482. Cheddar... You know what? I never reached for cheddar. I was actually speaking to some farmers because what I do in my spare time, I drive around Surrey looking for farms to buy honey from, to buy cheese from, to buy cream from. Love me some Jersey cows. So I literally just drive around. I'm like, okay, I look on Google Maps and see where there's like a thin road which doesn't really, say much or have much. There's probably a farm there, and I'll go there and see if there's a farm there. So I've got pins around where I go and buy stuff, because when you're in these like rurally villagey places, you'll often just drive past a place that has a honey sign. So I've got just honey from everywhere. I've got loads of honey.
What do you do with it? Just give it away, or do you use it for stuff?
So,
what are you doing?
So do you know what? Since I've done like 40,000 miles in 1 year of driving, so I'm getting a bit of dad bod. So I'm not really balancing things out, because when you get honey, you've got to put the honey on something, which is normally bread. Although it does kill me. Like if I give an American friend a jar of honey, they just put it in tea. I'm like, oh man, it's just like you can't. What kind of texture experience are you gonna have if you're putting the honey in the tea? Anyway, so basically, long story short, bread. I do waffle, don't I? Yeah, so you put it on bread. Salted butter can get involved as well. Then you're really in the mix. But yeah, I was talking to a farmer, and he said like he had a few cows which he kept. Oh, I can see this is kind of popping more now. What did I do? I threw the thing away. Oh, there it is.
You could put a sock on there. That's a trick. That's a good trick.
I'm not going to do that. So
you got pretty big socks. Maybe
the guy. So this farmer, he had a few cows, which he said he just kept because he loves the cows, because they didn't make any money. Because I think in the UK people normally buy foreign cheese. I mean, cheddar is not like, if I want sliced cheese, I can buy sliced cheese. Let's buy Gouda or Jarlsberg. Those are very nice cheeses. But I never reach for the cheddar. If I'm making a burger, I don't even know what cheese it is. That burger cheese that comes in squares, which sometimes comes in plastic or something. It looks horrible, but is great on a burger. Love me some burger cheese.
Leerdammer.
But cheddar, like I just rarely go for the cheddar. Rarely. I don't know who does buy the cheddar and what they do with it, but
I mean, you can do anything with it. You could, But by the way, guys, we're not just saying random shit because we want to. We do have a tech thing right off the rip, of course.
Yeah, but you set me off talking about cheese. It's one of my things. It's one of my.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I guess production picked up on it last time, because I don't actually decide any of these things. It's the producers that figure it out. So
yeah, I'm often doing a cheese of the day, and one of my stream regulars, of the few I have, was asking me for a cheese recommendation yesterday. So I did take a picture of some Jarlsberg. As you can see there, sliced Jarlsberg. You see, I've got cheese just ready. Jarlsberg's good stuff. So there you go.
My favorite, James, that I never found anywhere else except London one time, was Cerny ash cheese. Have you seen that before?
Cerny ash cheese? No, yeah. I'm not. It's not familiar.
It's like
with
cheese
that.
Covered in volcanic ash. It's amazing. It's really
really.
I found that shop on Jermyn Street. There's that cheese shop on Jermyn Street in London.
Oh yeah, God, I haven't been there for ages.
Yeah. They had it there. It's award-winning cheese. I picked it up one time. I was like, oh, this is amazing.
Cerny, I'm gonna go in there and ask them about that.
Yeah, CERNEY. I tried to sleep, guys.
I know how ash is spelled, so
but I didn't.
All right, so I'm gonna look that up.
All right.
Do you know what would be a good one if we added stracciatella? Stracciatella.
Isn't it stracciatella?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I presume so.
I think it's stracciatella. Yeah, something like that. It's bloody good cheese. You should definitely go and find some. Normally comes in a box with liquid. Good stuff. It's like if you get like is it buffalo or buffata? Like a cheese with a cheese inside. The stracciatella is the cheese that's inside. It is awesome. Get it out of the fridge, nice and cold, beautiful cheese. It's like it's a guilty pleasure cheese. Very, very good. So you should add a stracciatella to your list. I accidentally looked at the list, so I don't even have surprises now.
I get the impression that you just you don't like use the cheese in your cooking. You kind of just like if you can't just eat it, if there's no just application to just directly eat it, then you don't really know what to do with it. Because you didn't mention I can grate the cheese on eggs or something. I can make a cheese toasty. You're like, honey, what do I do with that? Bread,
cheese
I think.
Toasty. No, you have it cold, like on a table with some bread at best. Stracciatella, I would stick a fork in and just eat it. It's kind of salty a little bit.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I could just monologue about cheese for 10 minutes, no problem.
All right, I dare you. Do it.
I have a picnic blanket in the back of the car, which actually never comes out, but much to my girlfriend's unamusement. But yeah, Fortnum & Mason, I got a super nice picnic blanket, which is waterproof on the underside and is kind of almost tartan on the top side. It's really, really nice. And it's got these like leather straps that rolls up. It just sits in the back of the car under the flappy bit. So, you know, emergency picnic, always ready. Yeah, cheese is good. Cheese, I think.
Okay.
I feel like I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting deja vu of like one of our late night broadcasts actually, where I think you were saying something. But anyway, you know what? My mum, when she used to take me around as a kid to like markets in London, Brixton Market or wherever else, she used to get pate. And I remember that I really liked pate, but I haven't had it for the longest time. But I've started eating pate again since I've got the whole bread thing. But there's so much sugar in bread that you've got to be careful with that, man. Especially the bread you get in markets, like the loaves of bread. Those are awful. Don't eat that crap, especially if you're on a diet. That is one of the undercover worst things you could put in your body. You've got to go to a baker and just get fresh bread, like on the day. Get a baguette and do it French style. Yeah, baguette. Do you know what's nice? I think in France they call them ancient tomatoes. I don't know. We call them heritage tomatoes or heirloom. They're like the flipping big tomatoes. Just get one of those and just slice the tomato thinly. Get a bit of cheese on a little plate. And that's all you need, man. That's all you need.
Where are you
can even get the tiny gherkins.
James?
Foie gras. So I used to really enjoy foie gras until I learned what foie gras was. And then I was actually just disgusted by it. I just found the idea of it gross and foul, and I have not eaten it since. I
actually find it more enjoyable after learning about it.
I
can't even keep the deadpan going there.
I find it disgusting now.
Yeah.
I can't. I just think it's wrong. And you know, there is a scale of wrong, and I think like if you're eating meat, or even dairy, you're on that scale somewhere. But foie gras specifically just kind of was just a bit much for me. But also, you know, after scuba diving, I used to enjoy like, what is it, takoyaki balls, octopus. But now I can't eat octopus anymore, and I'm nor squid.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. They're extremely intelligent, and I'm just like, this just seems it seems kind of weird. It seems like I'm eating an alien life form that is, if it just had opposable thumbs, maybe it could be more.
Yeah,
maybe it could do a bit more. You know?
We need octopus just to observe them and just see all the cool things they can do. So just leave the octopus alone. Let them live.
Yeah,
let them live. I watch. There's a channel on Instagram, I think, called Spearfish Channel, and it's got lots of people with like GoPros on their heads, free diving and spearfishing stuff. And I always think the octopus one is the worst because they're just like grabbing them, and then they all the like ink comes out, bloody blah. Whereas sometimes if they've got like a grouper or something, they'll like spear it, and often they'll just like it's like insta-gib basically. As a Quake man, you can probably appreciate that. It's just like every part of eating octopus is wrong, you know, straight up and down. It's just, I can't do it. So octopus, squid, foie gras are like, it's my red list. Can't do any of that. Yeah. Do you still eat foie gras? I don't know if you were joking or not.
I do like it, but I haven't had it in like years. Yeah. I don't like seek it out. And I mean, I'm in Texas, you know, you can get literally anything you want here. As you're well aware, James, you can do pretty much anything except shoot giraffes.
Oh,
yeah, very killer. Yes. Pretty much anything else. That's kind of what we figured out.
We did a video in Texas. For those who haven't seen it, we did a series looking at guns from the game in real life, and there were giraffe on site, and we sat down at a table next to a giraffe.
Pregnant giraffe.
The guys who were recording the video goes, "Oh no, we can't do that," and I said, "Yes, we effing can," and we did. And we had a giraffe just chilling with us, taking shade from the sun. Oh, what's that? Was that cheese? Ooh, it's holy cheese. Is that Jarlsberg? No. Whatever holy cheese is on there.
What other codes?
Does cheddar come with holes in? Ooh, damn. Jarlsberg's got bigger holes than that. So I don't eat too many holy cheeses. I'm assuming it's going to be cheddar. They've probably done a search for cheddar. But yeah, Stracciatella. What are my top 3 cheeses? Caprizola Dolce is my top 1 cheese.
That's not on the codes. We don't have that as a code.
If you can't find Caprizola Dolce, Gorgonzola Dolce is a good second option. I think together you can bunch them together as a top one cheese. But Caprizola Dolce is the one. That's like the god tier cheese. Wonderful.
Some of these cheeses are going to be hard to spell for people, I got to say. Some of the ones we have on the list.
Caprizola Dolce would be amusing to watch. Stracciatella is hard to spell. I don't know how to spell it.
That's a tough one. We don't have that one though. We do have Roquefort 874.
Roquefort.
Another code. If it has a number after it and it's a cheese, it's probably a code. Whack it in. Make sure you get you win one of those giveaway prizes. It's to remind you 5 desk mats, 5 headsets, 5 backpacks, and 3 Intel Core Ultra 9 CPUs.
I think we're in. We're off to the races.
Oh, thank goodness. I've had enough dairy for the entire show already.
Listen, we're just spitting, we're just dropping wisdom nonstop. Doesn't matter what we talk about. Everyone's learning.
I don't have the composure for this. I'm already at the delirious phase because I haven't slept. So but it will only make the show more interesting as time goes on.
We've got a slow creep from Fury out long doors, and they are going to realize that they are very poorly positioned. Well, one lower tunnel, holding the rotation. However, what does that mean? Is he lurking mid to stop rotation towards A? Fury may be wondering that. There's a lot of fishing going on from both sides. So they've seen one play towards A, they've seen one play towards B, but Mindfreak are taking so long with this B hold that now the CTs have rotated from peeking out long doors all the way to CT spawn. At what point do Mindfreak explode here? Are they just waiting for that one frag? But what if the CTs get it first?
Yeah, they've definitely read the rotate through. They know they can get some kills potentially. The cross has to be made. Someone's going to go down here, and it's going to be Dezabel to start with. And so that's some good information for both sides, to be honest. You get the rotation. It's still coming on through, but the lurk into the B side at the same time is going to be spotted out by Skull Hunter, who will take down that B lurk. And that is definitely a win back in the hands of Fury. But for Mindfreak, as they march onto the side, they look pretty good here to secure a plant.
Slow and steady, but will it win the race? Oof, that is a long-range Glock headshot. Wow. Making it a 4-on-3 as Fury start to make their way through that short position now all together as the song goes.
How does the song go?
I'm not going to sing it, but it goes all together now. And all together, they will drop from the front and the back. I love that from Mindfreak. It was a very deliberate round from them, but towards the end there, they're just not facing until the CTs go towards the point of no return, and then they'll shoot them from all the angles necessary to finish off the job. Good discipline that we saw from Mindfreak in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the mid-round calling. I also like the detail of having the B lurk after putting that pressure in and knowing that there's 2 players in mid doors. I think that B lurk, there's either 0 players there or 1 player there. And for a T side, both things are really, really nice. But we have the Deagle making its way into the round here for Fury. Not too much else in terms of firepower. They're looking to find a fight here in mid. Twerzian will be happy to take those duels with the AK. Definitely some, just, maybe a slight advantage with that gun battle. And now the rest of Mindfreak start to scale forward as they finish off the rest of the CTs. So a nice and quick eco round for everybody involved.
6 frags for Twerzian already. So on HLTV, we had ADK for Fury, which was the second player I was going to talk about, but we saw Winnie, who I think is Dezabel. Oh, they changed. Okay, so Dezabel is replacing the advertised player. ADK was another notable mention. But anyway. Very fast move through lower tunnel. It's so hard to hit those shots onto short. Often just seeing the top half of a head. They'll manage to do it. Will Mindfreak. 4-on-3 now as we've got a very fast moving round. Cookie is JFK'd in that short position. Leaving it a 4-on-2 for Mindfreak. A painful start for Fury then. Just getting wrecked in their rifle round. There isn't really much for Dezabel to do here. What do you think about this this new position for the rifle where you're straight in the middle? Is that like, have you made yours like this? Is this like a pro for a Quake player to have your rifle in the middle?
To be honest, it is definitely more comfortable for me to have it closer in that way. Like that actually feels better for me because yeah, with Quake, the view model of the gun is much more similar in that respect. But and so it's been kind of cool to see this pick up in popularity in terms of like practical advantage. I don't think there's like too much of a practical advantage per se. Maybe there's like some extra vision that is you're going to get from that, but I think it's got a lot to do with feel. I don't know if is that how you interpret this as well?
I think it's like a subconscious thing where it just, I think there may be some kind of error that is reduced having your model in the middle. I don't know if it maybe helps with like peripheral vision and snapping to a person if your model's in the middle rather than the side. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't have the scientific knowledge, but I just, in terms of feel, I mean, I haven't changed my model there, but even looking at other people's, I can see it makes a lot of sense. It's like there's less processing required if your model's in the middle and you can just line up with your peripheral vision or whatever. A quick start again from Mindfreak. As this is a weak round for them. This is a round where they can just put a full buy in the hole. So if the CTs are to win a round, they can just keep that pressure very high indeed. I saw Decibel had a Nomad Ultraviolet, which I think is I think it's quite cheap actually. I think it's an underrated skin, the Nomad Ultraviolet. I was looking at them recently. I thought they'd be a lot more expensive because even like a field tested, right, you can get for a really nice value. So definitely one to look out for if you are so inclined.
Yeah, this is a super interesting round, James, just because like you had everyone from Mindfreak extraordinarily spread out except 2 players. They were basically in the A bomb site, but the bomb was still kind of in T spawn, and so it was kind of, I don't know if you called that, but it was very interesting. I wonder if that's something that we'll see in the actual buy rounds when they're up against the buy round. Yeah, definitely.
I'm ignoring you, Dan. I want to talk about the knife.
Okay, talk more about the knife.
It's just like, it's just so clean. I don't know what condition that one is, but it's a good little knife. It's a good little knife. I'm a knife collector, although I have got rid of many of my skins of value now. I don't really care about the value. It doesn't really have a purpose for me, so I disposed. See if Decibel can hold on to a rifle once again. Oh, denied. Coming in for it all. No rifle to be saved by Fury then. They did the best they could. A few kills towards the end will not really matter, even with that bonus now that the CTs get at the end of the round. They'll have to buy regardless for round 5. It is rough though on the Fury side. Reckons and Cookie both looking for their first frag. Cheeseball with just the 1. Cookie will have the AWP for round 5, so let's see if they can change their fortune versus Mindfreak.
Oh, I see what you did there. All right, well, yeah, the orb coming back into play should certainly be helpful. It's going to be on Catwalk. We've got a long take being worked on there by Mindfreak. Slow and steady, though. Letting the orb clear it out first. And Fury actually opting to really just put everything on this Catwalk control. Giving up long entirely. It's all about this control here, this boost from Cookie. Unable to find anything all too quickly. And so the position is given. And definitely a smoke that CTs will often use to try to... Oh, wow, that's actually so nice. What a punish that is through the smoke from Cheeseball with that silencer.
That's a fairly good shout as well. I think if someone's going to be facing, you've got a good chance of hitting them from that position, especially when you're so much further away from the corner. Quite a smart play there from Fury. And a good way to start. Although now they've kind of lost short and long, which leaves them in a very precarious situation. They may have to force the issue in the short position if they can kind of put the T's back a bit with util and then make a play forward.
Oh,
the bomb, no less. The bomb. Where was the headshot, Cheeseball? That was free.
30 seconds to play this one out. Got to close the distance now. We're going to stay with the AWP. We are getting spammed a little bit.
The veteran.
It'll do a lick of damage, but I mean, it would be a catastrophic failure for Fury to give opportunity here to Mindfreak's Tux. Or some teasing, some baiting. And yeah, James, that Molotov that was supposed to clear the car position. Well, they thought that it cleared the car position, but there was it didn't spread. fully.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I didn't see the lineup that they chose for it, but the normal one is the barrel. When you go through long doors, there's a barrel to your right hand side. If you jump on the barrel, then the wall on the corner, there's a door and there's a little keyhole you line up with and jump through. That's the normal molly that will clear the car position. Although I feel like sometimes, maybe there's a slightly better one. I feel like sometimes it doesn't fully do the job, but before they changed the mollies anyway.
They are treacherous, these mollies. And look at the walk through the smoke.
Where you going,
Where are
you going?
That is bold. That's very bold considering that you don't have any info right now from Mindfreak. There's no real pressure anywhere on the map. So definitely a gamble walkthrough. Doesn't work out.
They may feel urgency to go for a bigger play based on how the rounds have started. May feel like they need to try and get an early 5v4 with a gamble. Swerzian's in a very good position indeed. 6 frags on the board just behind Drox, who's 7 for 1. However, that's soon going to change for Swerzian because no one sees him coming. Collecting 2, both headshots, and there's nothing left for Reckons and Cookie to do. Empty-handed once again.
Yeah, really well done. Again, always really cool to find that timing. And it especially looks kind of nice for Fury there. They got that pick towards the barrels top mid. And that was all they can do now to just try to keep the guns in hands. Mindfreak with actually not a lot of money in the bank, so we'd love to keep hold of their guns, and DPL certainly will. Almost a dapper, which would be kind of what my brain wanted to do. All the guns are lost. They're all gone.
In the bin. All in the bin. I wonder what they do with their money now. One player's got almost 6k, but most of them are around 3,300. So Fury getting exploited by Mindfreak now. Gonna have to put their players on a list the way things are going.
Yeah, seems like a pretty easy T side so far for Mindfreak. They haven't had to do anything too crazy outside of the default. You know, they hold for pushes there. Fury give them a push. And I think you're right. You know, Fury definitely sensing like, you know, we need to make something happen at the early timings in the round. Maybe feeling like if they can't quite hold on to the early control when it's challenged for. So instead they want to take initiative, but it can be difficult on the CT side of Dust too. It's in fact very difficult to do so.
Yeah, all we're seeing is difficult at present. Cookie opting for the scout in round 7. We have a tech pause for the moment. But yeah, I mean, Fury needs to figure out a way to take the fight to Mindfreak. I haven't really seen much of a send. Well, in a round like this, it's possible that Cookie just holds mid with the scout and the pistol players just run up short. Run up mid, rather. That would be cool to see. I would like to see that in this round. I think that would be a good concentration of the pistol efforts. See a bit more coming out now with skulls of the MP9. Might be better off with a 5.7 these days. God, that MP9, I've got to say, is, you know, I used to abuse it quite a lot, say on ramp on Mirage. Oh, we are going to see, for the most part, a scout having a look in mid while the players run up with the pistols. Oh, they're going towards lower tunnel where they're going to find 3 players. The util will be put to use. It's so good if you've got timing on a push like this where your B player will go in as well. So they've taken map control away. This is awkward now for Mindfreak, which is the kind of stuff that Fury needed to do.
Yeah, Mindfreak, there's a lot of ways you can trip over yourself in this scenario, but it looks like they're being decisive. And that's kind of what you have to do. Just if you move as a pack, you should be pretty good to go. And the nice thing about Dust 2 is the biggest danger right now is if the CTs were somehow pushed or had a setup around long. But if they manage to breach the initial long choke point, they can scale onto the site really easily and not have to worry too much about, you know, weird spots and crossfires that they may have given up. But they are holding right now and giving time for Fury to get information on the map. And here's this AWP, or rather Scout, sorry. Well, I guess it could be an AWP if it connects with the head. Basically the same thing at that point. But Cookie will not be able to find anything there. And indeed, the long position's been taken by Mindfreak after all.
And this is where time can be a concern, because it was actually I don't know if it was Vox who once we saw a triple peak from these CT positions where you had one up on short and you had two standing right below them. Right below him, rather. I'll always remember that. 3 on 3, though. Getting dangerous now as the time gets lower and lower. That molly will be important. All three CTs don't have position to stop this bomb plant, but you can see how desperately Cookie's trying to find a warbang that could stop that with the time left. That would have been critical, but maybe the worst is over for Mindfreak. Zune and Tux, though, have got to be careful. This scout could still do damage. This is still awkward. And then there were two, Reckons and Cookie. Reckons with an AK, he'll be dropped from long range, and Mindfreak will survive. At this point, I don't think they care how many survive as long as they win that round and keep the wheels turning.
Yeah, and I'm liking what we are seeing so far from the mid-rounding, especially of Mindfreak. You can see that they are certainly setting themselves up, you know, with early round plays, and they understand how to develop into the mid-round, how to slow things down, how to make calls as a team, get some, you know, hit the timings. They've got, you know, had a good trade set up there as they were, you know, looking to go and challenge that cross position over towards the A site. So, you know, you're seeing Mindfreak really, you know, moving as a unit so far, and that 6-1 scoreline, it may only grow from here. We'll have to see, though, with this aggression, lower dark, if Reckons can find something, and Cookie's going out there as well, looking towards suicide. And once more, Mindfreak slowing that early pace, waiting for the flashes, and Reckons takes his chance, and he's going to get traded, but at least he picks up one.
Good patient timing. Hard to know when to go. Catches the player with a grenade in his hand. False sense of security. That's slowing down the pace of Mindfreak. There are problems when you scope in for a second time. Oh, Zune just creeping around the smoke, and there's no one left on the B bomb site. That's a huge problem. That's going to take Cookie's focus away, and Swezian is coming in from the back. Not enough numbers to cover all these angles. Swezian being very careful. Oh, has his shoulder been spotted? I think it has been. A narrow victory for Fury in that duel. But is there anything left? We've got DPR in mid. That's going to be a problem. They are looking for it, but can they do anything about it? And now you can just entertain. Got to take Cheeseball away from the B bomb site. So Cookie's got no one to trade frag as he tries to make his way in with an AWP. So many levels of awkward here for Fury. They're going to have to back away if they can.
Yeah, I love that reposition, like Cat to the drop down into CT. DPR just hunting. And Cheeseball will be consumed. All the calories will be ingested. That's a 7-1 scoreline for Mindfreak. Again, just looking really well controlled, you know, just through the different challenges in the round. They are setting themselves up with plans. They always have their lurks, you know, active, looking for plays around the you know, whatever the pack might be doing, whether that pressure might be. They're also like navigating that early pressure from Fury pretty effectively. And so at this point, you know, for Fury, it probably feels like, you know, we know what are the options? Like what do we have to be able to stop this? Might be an unanswerable question for them at the moment.
Rush from the CTs. Trying to find some mileage with Chaos. Again, a promising start. However, position is very important in CS. DPR's got position on the AK-47, and the T's, more importantly, have position on B. Although only 3 remain, that AK will be collected. Maybe 2. Oh, look at the run. That is so important. A risk worth taking. Down to a 2-on-2, though. There's still utility for this B bomb site, for the B players, for Mindfreak, as they try to control the situation. 1 detected outside, of course. 2 are here now. Only had time to retrieve 1 rifle. There was more urgency towards making a play on the bomb site. Looking for the transfer. Drox now really wants to keep them poor on rounds, but somehow Fury will get that last bullet and an unlikely second round.
Yes, really, really nice. Like you say, that run through the smoke with the MP9, the hero kill onto the person planting the bomb was really instrumental. And 2 rounds, you know, it can be a very T-sided map. So, you know, anything that you can get to just create somewhat of a buffer, you know, 3-4 round mark, isn't horrendous necessarily. That's a nice, clean deal shot. Love to see those. And in fact, the Deagle, old trusty, comes out right at the end to finish it off too. We have a technical pause. Maybe there's time for another cheese.
If you were a technical pause, what would your... Okay, do the cheese first.
All right. Okay, let's do it this way. This is a cheese. So I would say it's associated with a Greek salad, James. What cheese am I?
Feta.
Yes. It is
I like
feta.
this game.
Yeah. Feta 693.
There we go.
Is the code. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you just joined, you can head over to the pinned message. We are giving away loads of stuff, and the codes throughout the show will essentially give you extra entries to the giveaway. So you have a higher chance of winning, and we have many more codes themed as cheeses to continue the show with.
All right, Fury. We haven't really seen a round where there is promise of more rounds. If you look at how they won that previous one, that's not really something you can expect to replicate. So when the full buys come through, we need them to take the bull by the horns, if you will. But it is a reactive game for Fury at present. Just responding to what Mindfreak are doing if they can.
I do like the adjustment here from Fury. They're playing really passive. The only thing that scares me is Cheeseball's position on A long. It feels really exposed. I mean, obviously he's going to be in the pit, so he can play an off angle, but he's very alone. There's no one from the site that has a line that can potentially help him if he tries to fall deeper after a kill. That would be one setup. He is all alone here. It has to be a multi-frag for this position to really pay off. And they're edging into the crosshairs. Oh, wow. DPR. That looked actually kind of wild for him to pick that one up.
Yeah, could have been two for him. And Azun's got a great angle, some shadow warnings, catching Skull Hunter. There will be a trade though, but on the A bomb site, there will be many problems. Records needs a multi-frag here, but there's only 7 seconds to get this bomb plant. They've got to commit to that. They will just about have time after the delay from that incendiary. That leaves Decibel in a 1 versus 3 half line moving through. Needs to collect more than one headshot on this bomb site. We've got Swerzian waiting to make the play as well. Who plays contact? Who swings? Oh, look at that. The flashbang goes deep. They both swing. DPR gets the last one, and Mindfreak will just keep it moving. When all is normal, when all the buys are here, it's Mindfreak who take the round.
I love the confidence from Decibel. You can kind of just see that Decibel's really just ready to clutch there. Just like moving with confidence and assuredness. But I mean, obviously the inspecting, I guess, is kind of a giveaway. You know, the kind of attitude there, but those flashes are kind of tricky sometimes. Sometimes you're like, is this a decoy? It kind of feels like it's taking a while to go off, but I feel like he was kind of unlucky not to click there.
I mean, he's got 1 kill. Like, that could have been a second one.
True.
Yeah, that's my research for you. Comes at a high price. I just need to see. I need to see more.
All right. Well, it's this kind of B-lean defaults from Mindfreak. Swerzian has been somewhat of a nightmare on some of those mid timings.
Wrong with his legs?
I don't know.
I need to see a doctor.
Well, Fury just cleared cat. They saw nothing. Okay, now those nades start to fly. Oh, Toxis are ready for that one, but he misses.
It feels like Fury are all in tiny boxes where they just can't move much. That was unlucky. Probably still moving where I took the shot, and Zun's just gone straight through it and caught Cookie sleeping. Not for the first time they've made their way through mid and taken liberties. Reckons needs more than one. He'll get almost a third. He'll delay, find a bomb, allow his teammates to reposition. Cheeseball looking to swing and deliver. 20 seconds. He can just reposition to anywhere. Zune's got to find a bomb plant and quickly. Cheeseball in no man's land, but he will deliver what needs to be delivered. A very urgent third round for Fury.
Yeah, that's really nice with a chance to the fourth too, to give them a buffer into the second half. And I totally agree with what you said. The creep out of mid after the AWP pick, that was kind of what happened exactly like that the last time too. The AWP gets a pick and immediately gives up the position, and there's no info on mid at all. And there was another T there that just walks in on the timing and gets a really, really good opening. So last round, it's a fight for long.
Yeah, I think the end of this half will be a relief for Fury, and the Tech 9s are coming. The numbers, ooh, Cheeseball just looking away for the flash to come through, but there wasn't the time that he hoped for. And that may give a window to a Mindfreak who don't have a full buy in this last round to find some more mileage here.
Oh, nice smoke there. A forward smoke for the CTs to be able to walk through potentially. And in the meantime, Decibel coming up catwalk, feels like a key player in this retake. One teammate Elevator Skull looking for something as the smokes dissipate. That player car could be quite dangerous. That's going to be Swazi, and he's been quite the nightmare, and he picks up the headshot onto Skull Hunter. And there's another one. Swazian buying time for the team right now. Decibel forced to move in, USP in hand. Out comes the M4, and not really any time for this one at this point. USP still not working. It's an awful mess, and it's 9-3 at the end of the first half for Mindfreak.
Everything he pulled out is just empty. that was a really rough half. I think your CT Orpa having 2 frags at halftime is somewhat diabolical, but again, it felt so claustrophobic, that CT side. Like, Fury just didn't feel like they could move anywhere, and when they did, they got punished, namely through that mid position. I think that was definitely a detected weak point that was exploited time and again, and it leaves them in a really rough spot. But hey, maybe the worst is over. They will be somewhat dependent on this pistol round going well, otherwise it might be GG's on the first map of this series.
All right, it's creeping time. Creeping in the club. In the basement level now. What will we find in there? Oh, in the meantime, police have turned up. Info there for DPR in the upper dark. As Fury make their way across catwalk. They spotted nothing right now, and it does feel like the positioning is quite nice here for Mindfreak. On the A site, they've got a whole little setup there.
The flash is in CT. Awkwardly, you've got Swerzian playing anti-flash in the goose position, which you can still do the sneaky palm tree flash from behind the palm tree, but he's got no flash to do so. HE will come a bit late. They'll smoke off shorts at the very least. And again, running distraction. Swerzian coming through with some really nice pops. They told us to watch Swerzian, and they were not wrong. Very nice one-taps. But again, just a solid strat. And tactics from Mindfreak, the smoke and mirrors on the A bomb site. Very simple stuff, extremely effective.
We like extremely effective things over here.
Like Bleach.
Bleach is effective, yeah.
Extremely.
Have you ever tried to use it when you're low on soap instead you just use Bleach?
No. I'm just like trying to keep the bathroom clean, bro.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, you know what? This Glock's not too much to get excited about, is there, really? Tux is trying to get excited, though. He's got the MP9. He's trying to tease. He's trying to bait them in. He wants to make the money. Okay, oh, look, I think all the CTs are getting a bit impatient there, James. Everyone's running up mid.
I love it. No monkeys given whatsoever. Whenever people say Glocks, I still think of Dazed, who's in a weird timeline now. He's posting videos on Twitter singing songs. I don't know what that's about, but he looks happy. He looks happy, so good for him. He's got good hair, Dazed. Man of good hair. Well,
good hair, good hips.
11-3 for Mindfreak, and I think Fury. It looks like they are going to be smoked like a kipper unless they can turn things around right now with these AKs, because this is more or less last chance saloon for them as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, Mindfreak have been in full control. They've had a firm grip around this game of Dust 2 from start, maybe to finish, unless Fury can say something about it. A promising start, though, with that opening on long.
Good reaction, though, from Mindfreak. They're going to be flashing into the upper dark, tons, in the meantime. And that info play is going to be great because Tux will see that there's nothing there. That gives, just by the, using deductive reasoning, or inductive reasoning, that the T's must be in mid. They can't be anywhere else. And here comes Tux on the MP9. Oh, it is a fantastic angle. A quick frag found, and he's going to maintain the ground of the dark position, which means that Fury will want to have nothing to do with that. They're going to be committed into the A split.
Big swing. DPR will get two. That second one was beautiful. Wonderful burst, leaving Cookie alone to be broken in half. Nice. That was so nice. That makes me think, do you remember when that burst fire update came in by the developers? So you could burst fire and then tap afterwards without being inaccurate, basically. I think that's one of the biggest right? Yeah, it was, but I think that's one of the most underrated updates that the game's ever had. That was a huge thing, and demonstrated very well there by Mindfreak. Cookie just having an absolute disaster. I guess the dough's gone bad. 5 on 4 for Fury, and it ain't looking good, bruv. It's not looking good, bruv.
True. Fury's just gonna shove all into the B sites, and they are going to be looking for that 1% out. All right, not looking good. I was about to continue the poker analogy, but I will cease and desist. Such is the bomb site defense as well. It's been completely stopped. Great stuff there from Fury. Able to make a go of this one. A 2v3 after plan is what they're looking at, but the two players from Dark might not be expected at all. This timing is real fast.
Luck Smoke may allow for an upgrade to that MP9 as well. Oh, the end might be nigh. A cheese ball is a ball no longer. Been flattened now by the rollers of Mindfreak, who storm to a 13-3. That was more of a home invasion than a map of Counter-Strike.
That's yeah, that's, I guess so. I don't know. I don't know how to follow that one.
In terms of feel, it was just like people. Mindfreak just came in and terrorized them. They were just victimized. They were in their beds. They didn't know what was going on. They were just getting slapped by people in big black suits.
That's fair. You didn't even have time to put your clothes on, feel like you're decent. You've been completely caught off guard. And all the riches are available. So I don't know. It's that was an interesting one. Dust 2 can be challenging. I feel like Mindfreak certainly looked more organized on that T side, opening T side especially. I really loved the early round, the mid rounds, like the adjustments that they were able to make, and how they were clearly doing a good job in terms of communication and just like setting each other up, like the lurk, playing off of timings, adapting based on what their opponents were doing, as well as going into the round with their own plans. So that was, I think, the thing I enjoyed the most of that Dust 2 matchup, and it makes me feel very confident that Mindfreak are going to continue in winning ways going into map 2. How do you feel, James?
Yeah, they absolutely clapped Fury in that game, but again, it was that they were way more organized. They, their fundamentals, their two-man setups, they knew exactly what they wanted to do at all times. They had good presence of mind, spatial awareness across the entire map as to what needs to be done, what might be happening, and so on. I mean, it was clearly demonstrated on a number of occasions. And there was a lot that we didn't see from Fury, which concerns me because you've gone from like a kind of to some degree, an aim map in Dust 2 with some longer ranges. And I think Train has got high urgency. The closer, we saw the AWP getting picked up by Cookie a lot and nothing really happening with it whatsoever. That's rough if it's Dust 2 because, it's a fundamental map where you have to have impact. Now, sometimes when it comes to snipers, there can be preferable ranges where they tend to do better. Train has got a lot closer ranges, especially with the abomination that is Ivy at present. And I'm just concerned that Like, everybody needs to turn up on that map. The ranges are different. Maybe that'll go in their favor. I certainly hope it does. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough day in the office for them straight up and down. But again, we just didn't see much from them. I mean, they were just completely outplayed by Mindfreak, and they weren't really given the space to do anything. The CT side, I feel like, we saw the odd kind of high gambled play, walking through smokes, etc. But we didn't really see like a coordinated, aggressive play too often, outside of an eco round, like the scouts and the 5-7s going low tunnel and so on. So I think at that point, you're kind of like waiting to die against a team like Mindfreak, based on what we saw essentially. Like, I think you have to play aggressive against them from what we saw on this map. So that they need to have absorbed that, and they need to come into train with a plan. Otherwise, it's going to be a very short day at the office for them.
All right, well, you know what? It's time to do another tease before we go to a break and see what train will bring us. So James, I'm a delicious bolognese, and I look up above me. What cheese would I accept to be grated upon me?
Parmesan.
There we go. There you go. Okay, Parmesan. You got it. That's 2 for 2. Parmesan. Easy. 739. Okay, that's the next code. All right, just check out the link. If you want to win stuff, if you're new to the stream, you can click that link. We'll be giving out codes throughout the day. I'm going to keep repeating myself because I don't want anyone to be without multiple entries, because you know what, that would suck. So with that said, we'll go to a quick break. When we're back here at the Night Shift CS Invitational APAC, we will be resuming match 1, best of 3-1 on map 2, which is Train. Welcome back to the night shift. It is time to get into map 2. It's going to be a terrain versus Mindfreak, or between Mindfreak and Fury. The map won't be playing the teams.
Train
or maybe it will be.
Mindfreak.
Maybe it will be.
My money's on train.
That'd be pretty sick though if there was like, you know, it was like a NPCs on the map trying to stop you from doing what you want.
What are those called? There's like mods of those. Man, I used to play some of those years ago where there'd be like massive monsters. I don't know if they were like mods in CS or if it was, I mean, sometimes it was a different game. But I feel like there'd be like 40 people on the server running around trying to shoot people, trying to shoot like big monsters and stuff. And you're going to go through a level. So you'd have to like finish off a monster and then, I don't know, a door would open or something. God, it's been a while.
Are you talking about like escape maps? Like,
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think I am.
Oh, because there used to be some really cool TFC escape maps where you'd have to work together. You did have guns, like you had to like boost and stuff and do puzzles. And then there'd be like a huge like boss you'd have to solve puzzles and yeah, there's the crazy world of Half-Life modding is pretty cool. And if that's what you're talking about, that's what it makes me think of. Well, there we go. 13-3 is a quick recap. Mindfreak kind of blasted Fury in that first map. And also to update all of you guys with the giveaways, we actually have changed the format this weekend from the previous 2 weekends. So actually, you really do need to listen out for those codes because those are actually first come, first serve. They are only redeemable for the person that gets them. And all of the entries will actually go towards the end of the weekend. So I am sorry for misinforming you previously. So the draw will be at the end of the weekend, which is of course tomorrow is when that's when at least my week ends. So that's what you're gonna watch out for.
So it's the end of Dan's weekend.
Exactly.
I think we need a burger. I think we need like a just burger cheese, because whenever people talk about cheeses, I think you have to like ambiguous burger cheese. Just you go to the supermarket. There's that, you know what I'm talking about, that square of burger cheese. My girlfriend thinks it's foul. I think quite the opposite. You know, it has its place. You just need to put it in the right implementation. But we need a burger cheese code. I don't know if that's possible or if they're just already set, but I would love to see like burger cheese 193 or whatever. We'll see if we can make that happen. But burger cheese should always be in the conversation, especially if it annoys people, even more so then. So Train, I think, I mean, just based on the fact-finding mission we did on Dust 2, again, Mindfreak just looked like a very strong team in the vacuum of this match. And I feel like if you come with strong strategy and tactics on Train and the other team is a bit weaker in that respect, then you're going to be in for a bad day. If you, on a CT side, if you can stop the initial fast pushes into A, then there is scope for something to be done. But I'm thinking, again, looking at the CT side of Dust 2, we didn't really see much proactive. It was very simple, you know, default peak. And yeah, you can see there's a lot of red there, especially Cookie, again, the AWPA. He had like 2 kills. The AWPA on Dust 2, 0.28 rating. That cannot happen again.
Oof. Yeah, that sucks. That's a rough one. Yeah, bad start on the CT side. It does not lead to good things, especially if you can't get off to, you know, a good start on any of those AWP plays. That's rough. That's rough. But it's only up from here, of course, going into Train. And you know what, James, we might as well do another one of these codes. Kind of actually because for my own personal amusement, I enjoy this new game that we've created.
Okay.
So, which cheese am I? I am filled with holes, James.
Okay, it's not cheddar. I don't remember that. This is like a weak point for me. I don't remember the holy cheeses. It's not Jarlsberg, is it? Because I didn't see that one in the list unless you added it. So a holy cheese.
It's like it's like the iconic
Edam.
Holy cheese.
Is it Edam?
No, Edam's not holy.
Swiss cheese.
There you go. Swiss cheese.
Is it just called Swiss cheese? It must have a name.
Swiss cheese. Swiss 512 is the code.
No, but it can't just be called. Okay, no, you set me off now. Dude.
He's on the Googlers. He's getting on AI. His AI cheese agent. It's cheese AI.
Swiss cheese holes now. I never use AI. I do not use it. Okay, eyes are the round holes that are a characteristic feature of a Swiss type cheese for example, Emmental cheese, I didn't know that was Swiss, and some Dutch type cheeses. These are formed by bubbles of carbon dioxide gas during the cheese-making process. The gas is produced by various species of bacteria in the cheese. So they call them eyes. So at least we have Emmental. So at least, we've learned something, which is important. Learning something is good.
Education is important. We should be a cheese show. We should review cheeses. I feel like that is the appropriate next step. I feel like if any of you watching are from Big Cheese, we don't care about any of this other stuff. We would in a heartbeat leave this show to do your show if you would pay us to do so, at least.
Sorry, I dropped
it. At least to me, James. I don't know. The cheese might be enough for you.
I've been doing cheese of the day on Twitter for years. There is I have a little cheese of the day following. Cheese of the day. I've got a few things of the day, but cheese is probably top one. I haven't done one for a while though. But I should next time I'm in a cheese shop. Do some cheese of the day. But yeah, we could definitely do it. We could do I would love to do a podcast where we ignorantly talk about things we're interested in. I mean, that's like every podcast, right? That's like the most popular podcast in the world. So I guess it's not an original idea, but it would be good if we did it anyway. Talking about cheese. We don't know much about cheese, but we like cheese. Let's talk about it. Like the average man, like a dude in a bar, for an American analogy, like a Bill Burr. That's like up his street. I'm into sports. Bill Burr. Anyway. You
got to go to those. I mean, to be honest though, if you did go into those random places in London, like on Jermyn Street, that cheese shop, and then you get the, I don't know, head cheesery person. What is the head cheese man called? What is his title? It's got to be a cool title. Cheesemonger? Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, cheesemonger. That makes sense. So yeah, if you go to the head cheesemonger and you interviewed him, I mean, that's basically kind of what Theo Von kind of does with his podcast. So he'll take people that are from, unassuming backgrounds. That's just because they're unassuming backgrounds doesn't mean they're not extremely interesting. And that's kind of he showed it works, James. So you're also kind of your humor's pretty funny too. You can probably make it work.
I can be bothered. Maybe one day we'll do something like that.
He just interviewed an Amish person. That was fun.
Oh.
He got a hat out of it. It's pretty cool.
How often do they replace the wooden wheels, I wonder?
Well,
how many miles are they good for? Or how many days?
Where you interviewed Amish people, you would know the answer to that. So there's a self-made problem, James. That's what I'm saying.
There's practical questions. You've got to ask the practical questions. Like, how do you deal with the everyday problems?
Yeah, it is always funny when Theo Von is actually like talking about stuff like, talking about girls in like a way where, it's with someone that's innocent, So you're kind of in on the joke a little bit because he's talking innocently, but that he's not innocent in the way that do you know what I mean? It's just funny.
Yeah.
It's just, he's got a thing. He's got a cool thing going on. But we are just waiting on a player to join. We're not just filling the void because we love the sound of our own voices. Although maybe that's true for some.
I have to say, I'm not sure where I was. I think I was in The Hague. I was at an air pistol competition, and I think it was in The Hague or somewhere. And there's at some point I was in Amsterdam. I don't know where I was. I was somewhere in
when you said I was in The Hague, I was like, for a second, I'm like,
war crimes.
Thinking about the war crimes you may have committed. But okay, right, just
No, I was in The Hague or somewhere in the Netherlands, and I went to a Westfield, and they have like a really big cheese place there, and they've got these really cool tools where it looks like a spade with a hole in it, and you can just kind of peel a layer of cheese, which is good. I've got loads of cheese utensils now in the kitchen, and I've got 2 cheeses in the fridge. Okay, enough about cheese. What do you think of Train? What do you think of the current Train? Because I've been asking people. I think maybe we had this discussion last week, actually.
We did a little bit, but I didn't really weigh in, I don't think.
Yeah. So what do you think of Train in the context of previous trains and its appropriateness in CS2?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's shifted the balance a little bit because of Ivy for sure. Teams haven't really. It seems like the most effective way to use Ivy is not to really necessarily default it because it used to be something that you could default with quite a few players to threaten control. I think largely speaking because it was a lot easier for you to spill out into the yard and do splits if you managed to take control of it and so that was a way easier avenue into your side hits. Whereas now it's kind of tricky because the CTs can fall back to more positions more safely and can defend it a little bit better. And so I think the timings don't work out quite the same for the Ts. The Ts just don't get the same value out of it. So I think that is an interesting dynamic because Ivy's kind of unique in terms of Counter-Strike maps. It just is very, very hard to hold for the CTs. And it was always quite a tricky thing for the Ts to deal with. And given how, or rather, the tricky thing for the CTs to deal with, and given how hard it is on Train to actually take map control in the first place, having Ivy for that purpose as something extra was kind of nice. So now I think it does make the map a little bit less interesting, but I do think teams will find solutions, and I think we're still kind of letting that process unfold a bit, because sometimes it surprises you what teams might come up with to creatively solve for these problems.
The context of Train kind of worries me when you look at the possible impending cash, because I feel like
is that happening for sure?
No, but I think I mean it must be at some point because they bought the map, but the map needed work. It was over developed in terms of how high resolution, like overly unnecessarily high resolution some textures are and other things. But it worries me in terms of the developer's approach of how do we make it different? Like I can't think of many examples where the result has been positive versus what was before. So, but again, there are lessons to learn every time, but how many lessons until we start seeing things which are good rather than disappointing? Anyway, we've got 4 men on road above the B bomb site. Zune is showing a lot of skin here. I feel like he is risking a little pop. No. Smoke will be up, and just like we saw on Dust 2, a very measured start to the pistol round, and that is the green light they were looking for. Drox is ready for these one taps though, looking for where his teammate is. See them trying to position together, covering each other now. This is so awkward for them. He will be forced away. But again, Mindfreak are very mindful when they're playing these rounds out.
Yeah, now the pause comes in for Fury, which is great. You've got a lot of time on the clock. However, if Mindfreak had pushed a player through team main or through Ivy, not through Ivy, sorry, through Pop Dog, you'd be in a little bit of trouble. But that's not necessarily the case. But we do have to hold the team main. That's a key position that Swerzian has for Mindfreak. And if he's able to just maintain that position, he can certainly create problems here. Will Fury actually try to clear for this? Gonna scale into the site. They don't have time to clear it, and Swerzian announces his presence. He goes for more there and buys enough time for his teammates to get out onto the site. And right now, it's not looking good here for Fury. Not too many things to really hope for. Not much in the way of options. As Skull looks to try to 1v3 and too many players. And that will be unsuccessful for Fury. Mindfreak, nice hold there.
Solid start. Very confident duelers as well, or duelists, I guess. Just in how ready they are to just not go crazy spamming the pistols. I mean, duelies you spam, but just the measured one taps, very nice indeed. Good start from Mindfreak. See what Fury choose to do. So there will be a force buy in the second round. Tech9s again. If you've got the right util, then maybe you can close the distance. Then again, maybe the MP9s will come for you. Bloody hell. I often say a fast eco round is a good eco round. This is a full spy. And with a minute 30, there is one player remaining, and they are the Hounds of Justice are coming, Dan.
Yes, and they are feasting. They are feasting. And they are rabid as well. Cheeseball. If you could just find a little extra damage, it would go a long way. But
if you were a ball of cheese, what cheese would you be?
I would be gold plated because gold is going up, James. So my value would increase over time pretty rapidly.
I think in all the years I've known you, that is the worst answer you've ever given me to a question I've asked.
Well, what kind of cheese would you be then?
A mozzarella ball. I can't think of any other ball of cheese apart from but mozzarella ball. a bag of them, little ones, great to snack on. That's the cheese. That's the only cheese ball I would be.
I would be Stilton. I'd be offensive. You wouldn't come near me.
I like the timing of the airstrike on a main from Mindfreak in case of a fast plate attempted by Fury. A lack of respect as well. Plenty of bullets in the M4A4. They just want to get this round done. Do Mindfreak. Find and destroy. Eliminate.
There we go. Yeah, lack of respect indeed. Or maybe the appropriate amount of respect. You have to earn the respect. You got to earn it. Fury must earn it from Mindfreak. If Fury cannot stop Mindfreak, then they've earned nothing. That's how the world works, James.
All right, then let's see what they've got to offer. Nade's being lined up for the A-bomb site. Cookie with the AWP will be slowly heading towards Ivy. So there's not much presence towards upper B on this particular round from Fury. So I'm curious to see over the rounds of this half what their default looks like. For now, it seems they're maybe waiting for a play to be made. Now, we have done many a game of train, especially in the Brazilian region, Luminosity infamous for this, where the T side will go for a very late play. It's like I think like Slavic countries will like the later plays on the T side. And they are kind of terrifying for a CT side to deal with because it's very difficult to know how long to hold on to your utility for, where the push is coming, where do you put that third man. So it is a very difficult play style, which is possibly what we're seeing from Fury. Although Cheeseball will be isolated by Tux, the storied man on the server.
Oh, and I love the move there as well, the reposition from Tux. Instead of just re-peeking Ivy, got the 5v4 and he just falls into a deeper position, more defensive. I think that's a great move, and that really limits the potential for things to go wrong or to misplay the advantage that Mindfreak now have. And for Fury, they need to start making a decision. 20 seconds left. Quick smoke there to perhaps offer a fake into the B side as they look to now assault through Pop Dog into A. Nice nade, that will deal with one, but the frags are thick and fast in favor of Mindfreak here as they clean up. And progress is not really made across the site. Decibel desperate to get a plant, but absolutely no chance. 4-0 now for Mindfreak.
So what you typically see with a late T side is utility for an execute. Towards the end there, after losing that first player, Fury had 2 smokes and I think a HE. So I don't know if the plan is kind of on the fly. I don't know if they were focusing on Mindfreak overextending, being too aggressive there. I mean, you saw the angle that was being held by the AWP. So I think they were banking on Mindfreak taking the fight to them, whereas Mindfreak were quite content to determine where the fights would take place. So yeah, that was rough from Fury. They didn't have the util you would expect in the late game. So if you want to play that slow pace, you need the util to create space and maybe the odd flash to breach a bomb site. So we'll see how these considerations are apparent or not in their next buy round. For this one, angles will be held and T's will die. Now, Decibel has an AK in this round. There's only 2 plays left at this point, but ideally you want to use these pistol players to kind of make space. If you can be a can opener with that rifle. Hasn't happened in this round. But let's see what the next round will hold.
Yeah, Surzin just hunting there. Seems like there's a lack of dynamism at the moment from Fury's side to kind of get ahead of some of these plays or maybe be more disruptive to Mindfreak as things currently stand at least. It's that quick 5-0 scoreline is feeling very nice for Mindfreak, looking to book a place in that $10,000 winner-take-all grand final. And Jezebel. For Fury looking for potential aggressors. And there it should be. We've got a split setup from Pop and from Inner. That looks quite deadly from Mindfreak.
I know Cookie's here as well with the AWP. You may not see these angles though, so a lot will be riding on Jezebel for the moment. So again, part of a default for the C side is establishing map control above B, and on this occasion, the CTs have decided to take that away. So the question is, are Fury just going to be massively delayed by this and unable to play their game, or will they be able to respond? It's still quietly lurking in the meantime. There was one smoke thrown towards the A bomb site, but again, it is Fury who need to make the plays here. They need to create the space. Through the smoke they go, and that was certainly not expected by Mindfreak, and that might open up this B bomb site for them. We've got TAoW rotating, but I'm not sure he can get there fast enough to stop this push.
And the long play, the insurance plan is the big lurk through Ivy from Skull as well. So lots going in the way of Fury at this point. And I don't know that Drox is ever going to consider the lurk timing as it makes its way for him. This is going to be... Well, okay, it doesn't even matter. It looks like this round is going to be a complete shutout there for Mindfreak. Finally, Fury finding some good success off of that nice timing, that double peek there. But looking to take that fight in the halls of the inner B bomb site. And TAoW fighting to survive. Oh my goodness. Where's he going?
Dear. In the butts, was that?
Not in the koi pond.
Cookie late to the scoreboard once again. I just want to see that last frag. Oh, I do like this update where the ragdolls are a little more crazy now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, nobody needs that. Internet special.
He's getting that stretch in.
Yeah. Need a VPN to see scenes like that in the UK now. Up on both sides. Cookie in a more aggressive angle. This is what we want to see. And here comes a take from the CTs. Right then, loads of util in round 7 for Fury. And a quick look towards A main. Cookie continues to creep. TAoW is waiting. Oh, it seems like such a far way. There we go. TAoW will get the better of him on this occasion. Cookies are in the bin once again.
How's the story there? Okay, so Fury down a man and looking to find an opening. They once again have Skull that's on that Ivy lurk, but you got to get picks elsewhere. Otherwise, I mean, ooh, this is a dangerous one now. TAoW has spotted the gun barrel, so they can just bear on down this position and actually just swinging into it. Doesn't really matter for Drox. Supreme confidence. And each peak is slowly but surely being picked apart. So there we go. Something, though, does go the way of Fury, and they found an opening. It's a mad dash now into the B site.
I'm getting planted. How far can they go with this one then? Jezebel is doing his mostest. 3 on 2. That's a very nice kill by TAoW. At least Jezebel in the clutch now. 6 frags so far. Got a lot of work to do. 2 more to find now, heading back towards that bomb. Will they be ready for him? Zune up top, behind the barrel. That will be enough. Made it expensive, but it will be a 6th round for Mindfreak.
TAoW has been great on this AWP. It's been really reliable. It does feel like a pretty big difference between the two teams, you know, because of the struggles that Cookie has had on the AWP in contrast. But even if you just ignore that, it's just been just generally great consistency and reliable hits from the AWP of TAoW.
Good effort from Jezebel towards the end. Another crack of the whip then. There are guns, there's util, and this time Reckons is going in very quick. That's a promising start. 4 on 4, they'll take that. Plenty of time for the T's, and that creates weaknesses in the defenses. Holes, porous, like a mental cheese.
Nice. I was hoping you're going to go the cheese route with that one, but it's a pop flash. The Zune, in comes the quick peek, the spray down into the corner, and he returns back to the bomb site with a scalp in hand. That's kind of gross.
That was unfortunate for Skull. He touched the molly, and that was all the info they needed to make the pop flash play on the fly and exploit him. Advantages dissipating all too quickly for Fury. Round 8, they've got 1 to show from the 7 which have passed. CT's disengaging, resetting, changing their angles, heavily focused on a potential B. So Swerzin will be on an island. 45 seconds on the clock. Fury will be edging closer to the bomb sites, wondering where these CTs might be. Out comes Swerzin, then able to disengage. Now he can run distraction while the rest of his team clean up this bomb site. Decibel in a 1v4, made 3. He's got 23 seconds on the clock. He needs to keep isolating these fights. Also needs a reload. 16 seconds to find 2. He's carrying the bomb, but again, he does not have much in his favor. TAoW will put him out of his misery, and Mindfreak move to 7.
Decibel, a fan of inspections. Might be a building surveyor in his future.
Just tapping that molly proved to be a problem for Skull.
All right. TAoW's back on the AWP, of course, and Cheeseball on the other end of it with that Tech 9. Presumably he will be sacrificed, and reckons will be the first to go down there, making the dash for E-Box out of team main. The rest of the team with that Ivy split.
Sorry, there's just so many weird bounces in this game. Things just disappearing randomly, which are, you know, who gains from these things? Is it a feature? 2-on-2. DPR coming in from the back. He spotted both of them. Looking for those bursts once again. Cookie can't do it. 8-1 for Mindfreak. Getting further and further away from Fury.
Yeah, and you can see like the you know, we were talking about Ivy splits earlier, how putting the bulk of your players through Ivy doesn't feel like near as good as it used to in this edition of Train. And I feel like, you know, you kind of felt that a little bit here. But without getting too much into that, we'll see if Fury can make anything of the last few rounds here. Looking a bit worse than Dust 2, which was a hard enough start for them.
All right, they need to follow up on the promise of this. Reckon's trying to trade, catching Zune just before he can fire his gun again. Very nice jiggle to avoid TAoW, and the timing is good on the Molotov, but they need to seize this opportunity. The bomb has to go and get retrieved. Maybe Drox heard that as he'll be coming in for the flank, and TAoW will fall back. It's important TAoW stays alive, as Drox could have some big impact in this one. DPR very far away from connector for the time being, and here comes Drox. Dropping the first. Skull could pick at any time, and he does, finding a second late on, leaving DPR on a 1 versus 3. He's only got $2,500. So perhaps the worst is over for Fury, and with such little money, he needs to hold on to his rifle. But there is a chance now that Fury can build on this round win if they can keep the CTs poor for what remains of this half.
Yeah, I was wondering if DPR would want to try to go for any kills. Obviously, the engagements that you have on offer are pretty rough, so not a good look. Although he's going to hear some of those footsteps, although the bomb might cover some of it, but there is the gunfire too. And he's just trying to prioritize survival. And the AK will be kept in hand. Yeah, that flank for Drox really felt like it was everything, but Skull, this position, super nice to play from. And that's going to reward Fury with round number 2. And Mindfreak still not looking like they are showing too many signs of slowing down, but Fury, you'd expect them to try to run the same round that just kind of gave them that much success. That's the most successful round they've had.
Not what they were expecting, I think, from that B peak. I like how Mindfreak don't chase the rifles either. It's more important to stay alive. Chasing those rifles comes with risk, and also they find more urgency bolstering the A bomb site after that failure towards B. Fury just trying to find the targets. And again, the CTs will invite them to the point of no return where they can swing on them with the numbers. It's important they keep those numbers up.
Ooh, cheese ball. A nice headshot. Giving Cookie an opportunity potentially. The 1v3 looks rather challenging though. 3 CTs not wanting to reveal themselves. Ooh, Swazian finishes it off with a flashy headshot with the Deagle. So shutting down the opportunity there for Cookie once more. 92, and Mindfreak looking at a very, very strong finish here in the first half of Train. And this is the second map. If Fury lose Train, they are eliminated, and Mindfreak will find themselves in that $10,000 match tomorrow, and it will be a best of 5.
It would be quite significant if one more round could be won here by Fury. Another early 4-on-4 for them. But again, I feel like the longer the round goes on, the stronger the advantage is for Mindfreak. Tucks with a swing and a miss. He's going to go back to the well. And they'll go 1 for 1 once more. 3 remain then for both squads. Swazian is on a very long rotation, so do his team wait for him to get into position. Looking both ways in connector. I think his teammate just kind of blocked his vision of that. T rotating into CT there. But maybe they still have a chance to deal with him. Indeed, they do. Suddenly, Cookie is alone versus 3 up top. Having a look, trying to catch that first kill. Or drop drops at the very least. Swazian still en route to come in just in time to finish off the job. And at halftime, it will be a 10-round score for Mindfreak to just a 2 for Fury.
Who is impressing you the most, James?
I think it's nice to see Tux putting the numbers up. Again, as one of the players with longevity on his side, it's nice to see him delivering in this scenario. But I wouldn't even pick an individual, really, because I think Mindfreak are a solid unit, and I think they've been working together from map to map to put things in their favor. And I think it's the team play which is outplaying Fury more than anything else. I wouldn't say like one person's taking over the game. I think it's the team effort, the unity, the trust they have in each other that enables them to create scenarios which are heavily in their favor. What about you?
I concur. I don't like to have opinions of my own, James. I find it to be risky. I prefer to co-opt others' viewpoints and, go with that. I am now co-opting your viewpoint. How does that feel?
Do it. Why not?
Fantastic. All right, now we have come to an agreement. I mean, Mindfreak, are they going to put this one away super fast? I mean, Dust 2 was what, 13-3? This is looking like it has all the makings of a repeat performance. Although we've got some scary guns. We've got a couple set of dualies on both Skull and Cookie. Whilst Mindfreak make their way inner, Fury are looking to potentially bring the fight to them. We've got that creep of Pop Dog. We want that sandwich, that dually sandwich.
7 pistols on the CT side. Seems a bit unfair. Surely with these numbers, they will prove victorious. Oh, that's so satisfying to watch. Swazian's got to be careful now. He is the bomb carrier. Plenty of sound cues for him, though, and he will look to fill the vacuum as these CTs disengage from the B area. Bomb spotted, however. Now Skull can stay alive and hold up top. He's seen the bomb. Swazian trying to invite an over-rotation. That's exactly what happens. He knows he thinks Skull as well. Really smart stuff from him. Essentially clutching at this point. 3 on 5 made 4, and Skull is just around the corner. There's a pop flash also. And this is what I'm talking about. The team play from Mindfreak is so strong. It is their biggest asset in this game. Moving into the B-bomb site now as Dezabel will stop Swazian from doing any more in this round. Will the bomb even be planted at this point? Drox has a lot to do. Really wants to keep stepping on their necks here, but Fury may find a way to start building in their second half, and indeed, they will win the pistol. No bomb plant either, so they have a chance.
Yeah, that lack of bomb plants certainly makes things feel a lot less dangerous in this following round. You never know, of course, but the bomb plant is really the difference in a force buy that's kind of weak versus a force buy that's extremely dangerous. And especially on a map like this, where the inner rushes can be super impactful with a bunch of Tech 9s or whatever, it can be pretty comfortable to prevent that bomb from going down. And we might even see a full save potentially. Yeah, so we're going to see a full save instead from Mindfreak. I definitely think this is the prudence and wise course of action. Because Fuzzy in there, he's fishing. But he has been fished. He was the fish all along.
A dry round for Fury. Ain't much to be done. Eagle collected, it's always good. Yeah, we're looking for the big picture here, really. They haven't spent the money, this T side, as they want to get on the big guns ASAP. And what happens when they do? I wonder what their util will look like with no bomb plant in this round, and they're not going to get much of a bonus from frags, most likely. What will the cash look like for these Ts? You can see Zune just makes a sound cue to invite attention. He's an attention seeker, Dan.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good place for those. Well,
3 dinks.
It's over. At least they all died together. I like the water effects on the guns and stuff because it's raining on train.
Yeah, it's a nice little detail. God, I was thinking... I did have something new to complain about with it being like 2 years since the game was released and, we don't have this, that, and the other. But it'll have to come to me later. Let's see what they have with this spy then. Again, I was curious about the util. They've got about half the util they normally have. Smokes and mollies for the most part. They definitely have enough for an execute. Weirdly, the CTs who take the damage early in the round. They'll have a lot of smokes and flashes and incendiaries at their disposal. So they've got tools with which to delay. Yeah, that's not a jewel you want to take versus the AK. Cookie considering it with the FAMAS on the other side. And Fury will buy themselves some time.
Playing it slow. The double hold here in T main is really, really good. This is very powerful. It gives you a lot of information. Oh, I love this. Good opportunity there. You hear the throw of the util, you just go for it. There could be multiple players holding there. There often can be. But in this particular instance, Mindfreak were trying to clear it with one. And this gives so much info to the CTs. They surely must work out what's going on here. But with that said, there is no players here in time on the B side to defend this quick push. And it's going to be a dash through the connector position for Fury. And they are getting caught. Drox with another one. And now it's just down to 2.
Got to be so quick with that incendiary. Mindfreak understanding the urgency, standing in the flames to open up the bomb site and look at the result. Skull and Reckons, both with kits. Now, if he can just hold here, I was thinking if his teammate drops, does he hide in plain sight? But they're both up now, and they're going to force the hand of these Ts. Reckons not sure which way to look. He'll pick the wrong door, but the bomb will be defused after all. Just a little too late there, and Fury will just about snag that round. It will cost them everything, but they've got the money to rebuy.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's something that kind of backfires in a weird way, because, yeah, they lost everything. It's going to be a really expensive rebuy. But if they can win this next round, they're going to be in a good position. Yeah, look how close this was. Wow. Tuck's a steady hand. His hands are steady as a surgeon. A good one. Not a bad one. Out on Cookie. And Mindfreak with that initial control inner. Looks like they have a nice amount of space to work with at this point if they wanted to just go inner. I'm curious how successful they may be here. Fury are playing a somewhat of a passive setup, so there's certainly some room to scale. Oh.
CT's fighting from the back then. Swing and a miss from Cookie. Jezebel taken out on the upper area, and that's going to limit the positions now. Cookie will drop Swerzian, but they'll lose a lot of position here. That's an important frag from Reckon, so that will open things up once again. Can his teammate pick up the slack? Absolutely. Cheeseball trays onto Drox, making it a 3-on-2 as the bomb is planted. Skull rotating slowly. He'll be looked for by Tux. He will position himself upstairs, so DPR's got a lot to do on the bomb site. Tux looks behind him for half a second, and Skull will drop. DPR then 1 versus 3. How does he avoid getting traded here? He doesn't really have the cover. There's the first, but there is no second. Skull will trade, and Fury continue to win rounds on this CT side.
Yeah, it's lovely stuff there from Fury, finding much more comfort. And this defuse is going to help them to stabilize their economy. However, I think with the round loss bonus and the bomb plant now, Mindfreak do become quite dangerous in these rounds. Whether they choose to force buy or whether they will have just enough to get a couple of buy together. The pressure is now going to be at an all-time high as far as Fury are concerned. And I gotta say, James, every time you say, oh, well, for me too, like decibel, it's like, oh, I see what you're going for here, like decibel, like the sound decibel. But when like you Jezebel. Say it, I'm thinking Jezebel, and I'm like, yeah. And that's like the lady of the night. That's what that means.
That's what, yeah. Oh, okay. So you think Decibel, I think Jezebel. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going with Jezebel. Is that a name or a?
It's like another word? Way. It's like a colloquial term for like a minx or a lady of the night is the most PG way I can say it.
So okay.
Someone that accepts funds for certain services.
A working person.
Okay, precisely.
Oldest trade in the whatever they call it. Oh, I better
before they had books. Before books.
We better clarify if it's Decibel or Decibel then. Should we go Decibel?
Yeah, very safe.
Or is it too late? I'm gonna be like, watch this back, be like, what the hell? I can't concentrate now.
All right, well, we got a pivot back into the A yard for Mindfreak, and you know what? They that pressure really sold the rotation of the CTs, and they're out of position now, locked out of the A bomb train. But it is Skull to answer from the back of the CT side, and Tux now holding a good position. Is this flick going to be good for this though? Able to spot Skull. Nice crossfire coming on in from Reckons. The timing is impeccable. But the trade's rolling on through here for Mindfreak. Still holding the position. And it's back to Cookie in a 1v3. It's been a lot of these. And with an AWP, it really feels hopeless. Able to just skirt away like a lady in the night.
I think there was a consideration for a save there. Just for the round to come. But, I mean, if you just think you're better, 3-on-4. It is an option, although they will end up losing everything. Of course, we have a lot more information than they do. So it's going to be a dry round on a wet map for Fury. And this is perfect for Mindfreak. Just keep the CTs broke, keep them poor. And in theory, every round is worth 2 because half the time they're going to have nothing to fight with. So there'll be a force buy, no less. They're forcing it up with the pots and pans. We've got the jumble sale buy, the thrift store for the Americans.
Thrifting is underrated. Of the Ivy plan. 3 players out Ivy. There's nobody here. they can keep moving forward. At the same time, Fury have investigated and stacked around the pop dog position. They found nothing. So that's unfortunate for them. They really wanted to make sure they could get all those players on top of some T's, but just back into team main now. I like this. Trying to stick to those close ranges where they can really trade each other. It's a pack. It's like a pack of wolves.
"55 seconds on the clock." Getting to that level of concern, especially with this position on Ivy, the way it is on this version of Train. 40 seconds left. There's a lot of footsteps around Ivy for Mindfreak as Tux is in shotgun mode, heading towards B, it sounds like. How do the CTs respond to this? They haven't seen really any CTs yet, these Ts. There are 30 seconds on the clock, and they're walking into a crossfire, somehow finding their way out of it, though. So maybe the crisis won't be as bad as it looked on paper. Decibel coming through to die at last.
That was solid.
Oh, thanks.
Solid.
And that's match point for Mindfreak.
Yeah, looking like they are stabilizing. Stabilizing nicely here on Train. 12-6. Is this going to be the final round? What does Fury have to get in with? Oh, well, it's not looking good, is it? A bunch of 5.7s and a UMP. This is going to be tough. Going aggressive outside as Mindfreak take that inner control yet again.
Nice. AWP to open the proceedings. CT's just sending it in all directions. The bomb is secure, though, on this B bomb site, and there is nobody home whatsoever.
DPR heard that.
Reckon's looking every possible angle. Crikey. No kit on these remaining players either. Then there was one, Cookie. The last one to fall, as Mindfreak will secure the 2-0 over Fury with a strong performance on Train, just like on Dust 2.
Yeah, strong indeed. I didn't look like they really wavered all that much. We did see, of course, somewhat of a resurgence there. Some hope from Fury, but it is Mindfreak to book themselves into the grand final for the $10,000 winner-take-all money match here at the Night Shift Counter-Strike Invitation presented by ASUS and Intel. And today we might as well also be sponsored by Cheese. If you've been staying with us throughout the broadcast, we have been giving away some extra entry codes that are cheeses with numbers followed by them for some reason. Now, I'll be giving out one of those codes momentarily, but of course, as we wrap this one up, James, are there any takeaways for you? Going into that that grand final, that it will be a best of 5, and it will be featuring Mindfreak. We're about to find out who their opponent will be, but what do you make of the journey of discovery so far with Mindfreak? What are the highlights for them?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the highlights for Mindfreak are that they were just more of a well-oiled machine. I hesitate to say a complete unit to suggest that Fury are not a complete unit, but we just saw great synergy from Mindfreak, whereas Fury were stifled in the first map. Again, we sometimes saw a slow approach, but like on Train on the first half where things were missing, like a late round, but you didn't have the util to execute. And yeah, I think Mindfreak was just had more ticks in more boxes really as a team on paper coming into it, which is interesting. Looking at the rankings, they seem to be ranked a little lower than Fury do overall in the grand scheme of things. But I mean, based on what we saw in the match, they seem to be a much more present team as a whole complete unit, whereas Fury, I think, left, like my observations of Fury just left me with many questions which I want answered, and I think those answers need to come by way of play. But there are a lot of things that I feel like we did not see from them in this series, for whatever reason. But yeah, I think they were just like, in terms of, again, the CT side, like on Dust 2, we did see them make plays. We saw the orb boosted on short and so on. And, you know, the times they did that, they weren't really challenged for it and so on. But it just felt like Mindfreak had a mid to late game, especially. I feel like the longer the rounds went on, the stronger Mindfreak were. They had a good idea of where the other team were and had it felt like they had a clearer, more deliberate idea of what they wanted to do at any one time. So Mindfreak was just more of the complete package, I think, in this series than their opponents.
Well, I think that's a good summary, and I think I agree with everything you said. The team play and the macro was definitely something that was a highlight for sure for me too, and I loved how reliable Tux was on the AWP. You know, connecting some great shots, also the shots that you want the AWP to hit, but also maybe overperforming in certain areas. So I'm super stoked to see who they'll be up against tomorrow. And we'll obviously be finding that out here in this next matchup. The Art of War, previously known as only one word, is up against Animus Victoria. So another Aussie face-off here today on the Night Shift Invitational. Now, I will give you guys one more cheese.
Burger cheese.
Cheese code to send you off to the break with. So get yourselves ready.
Gotta be quick, guys. You've got to be quick. First come, first served.
So I'm gonna try to do all of them like this. the whole guessing game. I don't know. Gotta keep it fun and interesting. Okay, so I am disgusting. I look like I'm riddled with disease. I stink. I am atrocious, but I am also delicious, and you cannot get enough. You want to consume me without any hesitation or any limits. Which cheese am I?
Roquefort.
Incorrect. Try again.
Stinking Bishop.
Incorrect.
Disgusting. I mean, Roquefort, it's got to be a blue cheese then. Is it a blue cheese?
Yeah, that's correct.
If it's not Roquefort, then
I feel like I don't know if this is true, but I think it's a British cheese.
A British cheese. A British stinky cheese.
I'm going to check now.
Crikey. I mean,
it is an English cheese. I'm correct.
It's an English blue cheese.
Yeah.
I never go. God, it's not Roquefort, obviously. Stinking Bishop is the classic stinky one. I mean, English. God, this is going to be embarrassing. I'm trying to think of what's in Fortnum and Mason, but I don't really know.
It is quintessentially British, in fact, only to be made in Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, or Derbyshire.
Blue cheese. Well, there's red Leicester, which is not going to be. It's in the Shires. Does it have Shire in the name?
No.
I have no idea, actually.
It has been mentioned in the show today already.
Stilton.
One time. Yes. Stilton cheese.
I never get Stilton.
Stilton cheese. Oh yeah, what's the code afterwards? Stilton. I lost it now. Stilton 609 is the code.
I didn't want to just throw out random names, but there we go. Yeah, I told you I don't really eat the English cheeses so much.
There we go.
I did buy in Fortnum and Mason though. You can get these nice clay pots with Stilton inside. So I think the clay pot is nice as an object. There's probably one over there somewhere. I think I'd bought 3. But anyway, if you're a tourist in London, you can go Fortnum and Mason and get yourself a clay pot. Not pots, but a container with it's got a lid. That's why I'm doing this. With Stilton
also,
in.
I don't know if this is Fortnum and Mason propaganda. As an extra little fact, if you ever go to London, they apparently are credited for inventing the Scotch egg. In the
Fortnum and Mason?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
It's a good shop. It's a very good shop. I've acquired many things from there, including my picnic blanket, which we went through earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, great place for a picnic hamper, as well as many other things. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with match number 2. It will be a best of 3. We'll see you shortly on the night shift. Welcome back to the Night Shift, the Counter-Strike Invitational. It is the APAC region, and we have had some delays you might have noticed. And it really is the night shift for me. Maybe not so for you, James. You looked absolutely beaming there. It looks like the heavens are shining upon you currently, whereas I am clearly in the dark. And we've struck some darkness as well today. We have some tech issues. No one likes those, but we've been dealing with those. We have currently a situation where one of the teams was a bit late. And so we had a map dropped due to the fact that we need to correct the schedule, and then now we've got a 4v5 situation potentially, whilst one player is trying to correct some technical difficulties. So there is a potential that we play 4v5. So very interesting, but
not ideal, but
is what it is, right?
It is, yeah. Internet stuff. So you have a time limit versus when the match is supposed to start before you get a forfeit loss, which is why it's 1-0. So we've got 4 guys in a LAN cafe together who are on the server, but the one guy who's remote, presumably at home, is not on the server. So hopefully that will get figured out quickly. Overpass, well, that's out of the way. So Mirage and Ancient for our 2 maps. Yeah, it's interesting. There's often a challenge with with tournaments and so on, but it's like, what do we? Oh, we've got the time zones, nice. But what do we say about this 4v5 0-1 down? Best of luck, I suppose.
Exactly. Yeah. Mirage is going to be an interesting one. I mean, let's talk about it from the 4v5 perspective.
Yeah.
How challenging is Mirage? Mirage is. I mean, okay, it's Counter-Strike. Any map. If you're on the CT side, I feel like you don't want to start on the CT side. So. If you do, what do you give up? Because you can't hold as you normally do. So do you give up mid? Does the T side expect you to try and make a play to try and get somebody and be apt to, get some information so you can try and stack somewhere else? You've got to take gambles, but the problem is it's expected of you. So, what would you do? You're the IGL 4v5 full buy round on Mirage. Yeah.
TT.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of all the potential issues. So, as you say, the counter to a CT side that's being active to make up for the lack of having a player by gaining information or digging a player in deep, or you can kind of punish that by just slow playing them. So maybe you can get a couple rounds of that as the CT side, but that's not a reliable thing. And then you're also in the issue where if you play more passively, that kind of 5th player serves as a really important kind of a piece on that kind of rotation, or to assist at mid or slow down those mid pushes or play off the connector guy. Without that guy, I feel like you're so susceptible to A splits, and I feel like it's very hard to stop. So then if you play out the site, playing retake, everything sucks, James.
It does.
It's just there's no way around it. It just sucks.
Yeah, it's a dicey scenario. So the 4 are on the T side. Their tech pause time will run out soon. So best way to start for sure. And it is an interesting one. I don't know if they've got an idea of how long it's going to be before their teammates on the server. There's so many variables. If you've lost a round, I guess you've just got to go and hide somewhere, really. But anyway, let's see how it plays out. There will be a P250 for Viridian. Let's see what these boys have to offer. Art of War.
Yes, Art of War. Sun Tzu. I read that book a long time ago. It's actually pretty dope, and I recommend it. Now, I mean, at least I'm on the T side. So, gathering up, like a little group huddled together like a bunch of penguins. They make their way into the A site. And there we go. That's Triplus with a quick denial. Getting to the choke point seems rather difficult. It's labored. There's heavy losses.
I don't know. I mean, technically, they haven't made it onto the A-bomb site or into it. Just in connector. Oh, the knife's coming out already. So there was a version of the Art of War that was the Art of War for Business that my old boss gave me in the real estate days. I didn't read it. I made a point of not reading it. Not to say it was a good or bad book, but you know, I passed. I had the Terminator theme at the end there after the round was won. Terminator theme is definitely good. If someone's tried to jiggle peek you, Terminator theme guarantees a kill every single time. Because from their perspective, it's erratic pre-fire. So after the two, no, you'll get them with the third duh. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. You know, by the way, there's a word, as we're on the eco, for the team that has 4 players, there's a word for people, or at least the act of having books simply for display, but you know, ones that you have, like, you've never really, even like not read them, you haven't opened them, but like someone that may walk into that room may presume in the way that they have been placed that they do represent books that you have read or are interested in. Potentially, not quite, but like the action of you know, not like actually having read the books, but just like simply trying to. There's some kind of a word for that. I'm pretty sure
you're trying to
I learned that recently.
Communicate that you're smart, but you haven't done the legwork.
Yeah. Exactly. You got to do the legwork.
I've bought lots of books with big intentions, but I've never tried to claim West Side, if you will.
I remember the first book that it might have been the first and only book you ever recommended me. I think I read it. It was great. I don't know if do you remember what it was?
I have no idea. I give a lot of people books. Do you? Yeah. I'm guessing you didn't remember what it was either.
No, I do. I was just curious if you did. So it was. Oh wait, hang on. What
was it? A graphic novel?
Hold the phone. What's going on here?
Wait, there's 17 seconds though. Oh. You got time for a reload? Not necessary. So what book was it?
So the book was Bill Bryson's A Short History of Nearly Everything.
Oh, that's a bloody good book.
It's a really good book. It's for the viewers, it essentially kind of chronicles human discovery from, I don't know, a few centuries ago, just like through the different sciences, through navigation. It just kind of, just as we discovered the world through the lens of different sciences over time is kind of what the book covers, and it's done in a really compelling way.
No. Yeah, that's a really good book. I was one of those books where you're deflated that you finished reading the book and there's no more to read. Definitely.
Yeah.
Art of War will be on buy round number 1, and it will be the CT side who are looking to exploit them as much as possible. Again, they don't have the personnel really for your usual map control. And that will, of course, be abused by the CTs. A quick look towards mids. And again, like for those of you at home, a lot of people on the T side will go mid and stand mid and stay mid. But from a CT perspective, if you lose mid, you don't need to fight for it. You can determine where the fights take place because they can't plant the bomb in mids. I don't know how Val has found both these frags in this connector position, but find them he has. Gump will be very important. Where do they go for the bomb plant though? Probably default because it looks like they are taking CT. It will be somewhere around triple. Right, Gump gets activated, drops 2 immediately. Val and ASAP remain.
Yes, Val and ASAP. Well, now it was just one. It's just one hiding in the firebox. I feel like if you're alone and you're in this position, it is very grim. We'll see if Val can make anything of it, though. Actually making his way out of this position, able to pull him off the bomb, so that is nice. But actually, no, in fact, it was actually defused already, so never mind. Good attempt, though. And given the difficulty in circumstances, certainly a good, how would you say?
Noble attempt.
A good go. I thought it was a good phrase there that I just can't seem to summon.
Gave it a good go is a good English phrase.
Yeah, like there's another one I was searching for. I was searching, but I could not.
Have a go hero.
Yeah, I guess whatever. I guess
have a go hero is like the common phrase in UK newspapers when someone's, you know, seen some nonsense happening on the street and has taken the law into their own hands.
Vigilante justice
stops the injustice. Have a go hero.
Well, Plus is certainly having a go with that AWP. He's I mean, the connector choke point has seemingly been an issue so far, and I mean, it's unsurprising. It is obviously very difficult to traverse. You got 3 points of contact for the CTs as well, and Art of War still stuck in mid, trying to find a way out. And you know what? They are going to fight in mid, and they will perish in mid as well.
Good money builder for Animus Victoria. I do like Australia. I went there. Had the pleasure of going to Sydney and Melbourne in the last few years.
What?
And great people over there. I've always had a kind of an absurd fan base over there. There was the Bardolphs, who played ESEA leagues for years and sent me a jersey, an IEM Sydney special edition jersey, which awesome. I now shoot in. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet them when I was there because I had to kind of come back earlier than expected because my mum was very ill, as she sometimes is. So I'm really sad I didn't get to meet the boys and girls, actually. But hopefully one day that will happen.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that does hurt me that I couldn't stay around. But anyway.
Yeah.
4 AKs on road, creeping towards a safe bomb site. Safety in numbers, I think, will be the order of the day for Art of War, who've done great work finding these entries onto A. Triplus is in an incredibly awkward situation now. He will not get to fire his gun. Now that should be the round done. I don't know how much there is for AV to pursue in this one. 2 versus 4. And maybe they want to keep the T's spending as Void finds himself in the clutch now.
Yeah, they're going to hang on to the AK, and that's not going to happen. Absolutely denied. So really well done by Art of War picking that one up indeed. See if they can string any more together. Again, on the T side, it is really where all the damage theoretically should be possible in the current circumstances being 4v5. You can concentrate your numbers. You can take the initiation on the map with said numbers, as opposed to the CT side where you're subjected to the numbers on the other end. So back in we go. Viridian on the AWP. And we've got a big presence in B apartments. Bomb is down, indicating that we are in default mode. Although, how much can you default in a 4v5? Bomb collected.
I was going to make a really bad joke there about some of the letters being missing. Like it's an E fault.
I like how you didn't make the joke, but explained it.
I think it's better that way. I think it demonstrates some semblance of self-restraint. Perhaps not fully, but enough. Nice work from Gum.
Oh my.
Saw the last player as well on the rotation. Oh dear. This leaves the T side in dire straits now, money-wise. 5 for AV. Yeah, you can't. My favorite thing about my time in Australia is that it seems to be impossible to get bad coffee. Whereas in London, let's say, really you need to go to an artisan. For the most part, you need to go to an artisan coffee place to get a reliably good coffee. If you go to almost any chain, 90% of chains don't know how to make a macchiato. But if you ask in Australia for like a triple macchiato, you'll probably get it in an espresso cup, which shows they know what they're doing. I feel like you'll go to jail if you make bad coffee in Australia, and it should be that way for everywhere else.
Interesting. We'll return to the prisons in a moment. You can now return to the prisons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's also a joke in there somewhere as well, as we like to make, good-hearted fun of our... I feel like, colleagues is not the correct word. Compatriots? I don't know. What do you call Aussies? I feel like, obviously, we have the connection. The British-Aussie connection is
friends across the pond. I don't know. I mean, we've got connections everywhere, British, mostly for negative reasons. I feel like we just wanted to go and put borders everywhere.
We should bring colonialism back. No?
Right.
Make it no.
That's a controversial podcast waiting to happen. All right.
With that said,
Art of War, bring in the violence. And again, oh no! They just didn't see the second man coming. Oh, they came empty-handed, and they were not given bread.
Trying to understand that sentence, but
you know, because like I'm thinking of like biblical times and
Yes,
you know,
yes.
charitable bread, fish, water being given to those in need. They're in need now. They've only got 4 players.
That is true. That is true.
They came wanting. They left in body bags.
They need that colonial energy. Right. Well, I don't really know what that means. I'll be completely honest, but I don't know. Like you want to conquer everything.
It's late for you, Dan. It's late for you, Dan. You'll be in bed soon. Don't worry.
All right. All right. All of this will be clipped out of context, I'm sure. Well,
I wonder from Val's perspective, because it was very, very confident from the sniper not to try and flick the head there, but I guess he couldn't see him.
more decimation in the middle of the map in Mirage. That Stinger transition.
Yeah, see? Very patient. So I guess he's I need to look at that from the T perspective. Watch me ignore the head and wait till he swings and I'm just gonna get shot over the top.
Yeah. Well, especially if the guy's crouching there, because the T is so close to the angle of engagement and the AWP is not, the T's gonna show up much more, especially with the scope in. I feel like the CT has so much of an advantage there. You gotta like get that perfect jiggle where you're just like, it's just like barely a shoulder and then oh my god, I just dropped an F-bomb.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell.
I was gonna say you effing swing for it. Swing for the fences. I don't know. I felt like I'm deteriorating quickly here, James.
So is the scoreline for Art of War. Look how many players he's attracting to B though. Now, can they capitalize on this? Triplets needs to stay alive. He can just play retake, wait for his teammates to rotate. Bomb is on the way in the hands of ASAP. Darting his way over towards Palace. Now, the T's have essentially cut noise here, which means that the CT still needs to cover both bomb sites. Does Triplets have the cover? He does not. Focused in one angle, taken down from another. Up from Palace, he was dropped by ASAP, and now that rotation is coming through. 40 seconds. Gump holding CT, which will take a lot of the angles away. There is a flash and a swing as the bomb needs to get planted. Terry in jungle. ASAP will be denied the bomb plant. And things only get more difficult for Art of War. 25 seconds for Terry to deliver. Waiting for the CTs to swing, but they don't need to. Because he has to plant the bomb. Ultimately, it is he who must make the play. And his weight has killed much time. And really, he's got to win by elimination now. Now, they're all in the right place, and they're looking to swing on him, but only one will be required. 9-1 for AV.
It's a really good effort, and if only they'd had a single smoke or something of that nature to help secure the bomb plant, because I felt like they had the right idea. You know, they knew the main points that were not safe, and they make the play with one player into jungle, which does give them a post plant to play off of if the bomb can go down in that 2v3. So, I liked it. I liked the thinking there. I think that was one of the best options they possibly could have come up with. So, it's certainly a challenge. Because with 4 players as well, you are less like one whole set of nades you don't get too. So that's an extra challenge when trying to control the map. Ooh, the timing on that one is certainly quite favorable there. 4v4 then for Art of War.
It's a blessing they've got the AKs. Once the CTs get hold of those, once the side switch, I think they're going to be in a lot of trouble. 3 players remain for Art of War. Terry towards the ramp. That's a very nice grenade indeed. Triplets tries to find another one. Has he got a wallbang? Avoids the headshot. Just holding an angle. Ships in the night. This is huge. There could be 2 for Void if he keeps going, but Viridian still looking his way. Even though his teammates passed him, I suppose he could check connector. That leaves Triplets looking for a triple. 2 rounds in for Art of War. They found another one. But can they find another teammate on the server?
Yeah, really well played from Art of War again to open up the map so cleanly. Obviously, it's all starting off with that really nice find, and then that's a kill that actually brings Foggers out. Foggers looking to connect her, worried about that position due to that frag that happened in mid. So as it often does in Counter-Strike, it's somewhat of a dominoes effect. Once that first domino falls, it's a chain reaction. And a very fast movement into the ladder room here for Triplus. Not a big movement out in the middle for him to capitalize upon just yet, but the rest of his teammates all looking for something in different positions. Biapse, Rab, Palace, and mid. Nothing given just yet.
Such heavy reliance on an individual finding an opportunity in a scenario such as this for Art of War. But they're giving it a go. Terry just spotting the end of the silencer there. All about the jewels with these AKs. Terry will tie the numbers up. Bomb is making its way towards ramp. Surely that's been heard by Gump. Void moving to CT. We'll need more CTs on the bomb site though, or will we? ASAP dropped by default. If they want to win this round, they've got to find some frags here. That much is true for Art of War. Terry looking for it. Very nerve-wracking to plant this bomb, especially with Gump coming from the ramp. They'll never see this one. Down he goes, Viridian, leaving Terry to be traded by Void. 10 rounds for Animus Victoria at halftime, somewhat unsurprisingly, and still 4 on the server for Art of War.
Indeed. Yeah, definitely heartbreaking stuff as well. I know we've been somewhat lighthearted about it, but I know it's really depressing for Art of War to be in a position where they are fighting for their tournament life on essentially a best of 1 instead of the best of 3 due to the time issue, and then being 4v5. So quite tragic. I just wanted to make a mention of that, and also that it's awesome that they decided to try to play it out 4v5 and see if they could just make some magic happen here, as opposed to just giving up. So I commend the fighting spirit.
AV trying to prey on that weakness. See if Viridian bites. Nope, heading towards connector. They've got a player in Palace at least, due to CTs of Art of War. Now, Viridian definitely wants to try and stay alive here as best he can. You can see him disengaging. They've got angles elsewhere, but there's enough personnel for AV to look for them. So it will be Val then in the Palace with his Kevlar. Nothing doing whatsoever. This could be a fast one, Dan.
It's looking that way. It really is looking that way. And just as it does seem to be quite fast, I'll give you guys another cheese code. I don't do the whole thing, actually, that we typically do, where I make myself sound like I'm some kind of a cheese and you got to guess what I am. James, I feel like we don't have enough time for that. So I'm going to respect the game, and we'll do it after the game, actually, so we can do it properly. So 45, we've got the scout out on Viridian. The Deeg. Ooh, just looking for the timing. Doesn't get fortunate enough to catch anyone. And a quick mid-take coming on through for Animus Victoria. So they are scaling up CAC pretty quickly here. So looking to hit that B site, and there's not too much here to stop him.
He's having a good go. Oh, got to be real careful with that MP9. All right, then. It's just Val that remains. The Deagle conspiracy. Area 51. Saw a Desert Eagle blaze on one of these players with the the warning symbol. And I had my Deagle set up exactly the same way. I sold it on the market to get keys to open boxes. Val's in a 1v2 now. Oh, he's trying. But he will not be victorious on this day. 12-2. We have many a match point for Animus Victoria.
Certainly, a couple of FAMAS will come out to play, but man, it's a horrid display of finances, and let's see if there's something that can be found here by Art of War. Any sort of aggression, any sort of early opening, it does look to be what they're going to go out with a bang. They're going out with a bang here, straight into the mid position, looking for a fight, looking for a scrap, and that's exactly what they found. And the opening is initially good, but Triplus with a triple and Val with the doubles to even things up ever so slightly. But with Mingovi coming in from the back, that's going to be a wrap. Animus Victoria will be in the grand final tomorrow against Mindfreak, battling in a best of 5 for the $10,000 prize. And yeah, unfortunate a series of events that led us to this particular result, I suppose, in this match, or circumstances, I should say, for Art of War, but it is what it is. I mean, not too much in terms of analysis that we can do on that, James, in terms of a recap.
No, there's none really. I mean, we don't know what Animus Victoria looked like going into the final, which is kind of exciting, actually. Like, we don't know what to expect whatsoever. Hopefully it's good things, because yeah, there was one map and it was 4v5, so yeah, there is nothing really to analyze. Indeed.
Absolutely. What we can analyze, James, is, well, first, you know what, I'll do the giveaway spiel, because we were on break for quite a while, and then then I'll just, you know, explain this. I don't know. I feel awkward and uncomfortable now, James. With
all the more reason to do it. All the more reason to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So the Night Shift Invitational is presented by ASUS and Intel, and they've given us some sweet loot to give away, and that is inclusive of 5 desk mats, 5 headsets, 5 backpacks, and 3 Core Ultra 9 285K CPUs. So there's a lot of stuff that we're giving away. And the way it's working this weekend is that you can go to the pins comments in the chat, and you can enter via that. And we've been dropping codes throughout the show. The codes are actually first come, first serve. So it's essentially whoever types them in quickly enough will get an extra entry to increase their chances to win the giveaway. And the draw will be at the end of the weekend, which is after our grand finals tomorrow. We'll be looking to get those going at, let me think here, 7 p.m. The match time is at 7 p.m. Australian time. I don't know that if that helps anybody, but we'll pop up the schedule right here on the screen, which will make things a little bit perhaps easier for you to understand. So that's what will be going on tomorrow, Mindfreak versus Animus Victoria. And that would be, let me think, 10, 11 CET, I believe. That would be the start time if you are a European person. And if you are in North America, you will probably be asleep. It's going to be something like 4 a.m. Central Time or 5 p.m. Eastern. I am impressed that I can even do all of this on the fly in my current state, James. But time for the cheese. Time for the cheese code. Okay, so I am a cheese, James, that you would maybe, if I was in wheel form, you would bake me and then serve me as an appetizer.
Camembert.
No.
I mean, who bakes cheese?
I mean, you could.
Camembert.
To be fair, Camembert is actually one of them, but that's not the one I'm going with. That's
the only. It's the only one I can think of that you bake. What's the fondue? Fondue?
No. Would you like me to just tell you the answer?
Yes, please.
Cut to the chase. It's brie cheese, right?
Brie.
So brie 917. Yeah. Commonly baked and served as an appetizer. Yeah.
No.
You should try it. It's incredible.
I was over Camembert real quick. People are obsessed with it, but like, you know, once or twice, like, sure. But then after that, I'm like, yeah. I'd rather just have cold cheese.
So that's a Brie 917, BRIE 917 for that code.
Brie's
first
good
come,
though.
first serve.
Brie's
It
a
is
good
solid.
shout.
And with that, it is time to bid all of you good night. Thank you for sticking with us. Today we will have our show match to start things off with tomorrow, and that is going to be a lot of fun. We have these TF2 maps that have been made within Counter-Strike. So bunny hopping exists, classes exist, we're capturing some flags, and it is a recreation of the actual TF2 maps, like the classics, like Two Fort, for example. So it is a really good time, and that's what kind of is what we will do to lead everybody into the grand finals, where we will find out who wins that $10,000. So thank you very much for tuning in with us for today. We will catch you on tomorrow's broadcast for some more Night Shift Counter-Strike Invitational presented by ASUS and Intel. Have a good one.